professional dogs. This course will be 5 minutes. It's scored. They have a possible of running at 110 points, I believe, and then every fault they just keep getting points subtracted. The biggest thing to watch is the straightness of the sheep. Everything is straight lines today. There'll be 3 sheep in this course, 5 minutes. It's going to start here at the handler's post. They'll kick 3 sheep out. The handler will elect to send the dog to its left, or it'll send the dog to its right. And they have commands for each one of those. The dog will go down, pick up the sheep, drive them as straight as they can around this post, on this side of the post, and then come around and then start to the Y chute, which is back up here. And this is called a drive. And this is a drive away, and we want those sheep to go as straight as they can to this Y chute, go through those Y chutes, and then make a right-hand turn, and that begins what they call the cross drive. And at that point, the cross drive, the dog will drive them as straight as it can through the drive panels. And as soon as they get through the drive panels, a couple things happen. One, the dog's going to turn those sheep as straight as they can and head to the pen. As soon as the sheep break the plane, whether they go inside through this drive or out here or even down here, then there'll be a deduction of points. But that, as soon as they break this plane, then the handler can leave the post and go to the pen and open the gate, pin the sheep, and the time is, and it's done. And then it's scored. There'll be a test on that later this afternoon, so just make sure you took some notes. So, we're going to get started. Mr. Mike Lupow, all the way from, that's right, Peyton, Colorado. And he is running cleat today. So, the floor is yours, sir. There we go. How about that? Right off the bat. Looks like we had a little time to spare, too. We'll give you a score here in a little bit. We'll probably get another dog started before they get the scores out. We'll get these sheep put away. Our next handler is Lisa Anderson. She's from Larkspur, Colorado. And I got to check to see what dog she's running this morning. She's running Megs. So this is one of her steady dogs. I think I actually got to see this dog last weekend running a dog trial. Thank you, Mike. Nice job. Way to hang in there, buddy. But he gets to ride in the front seat going home. All righty. Please welcome Lisa Anderson and Meg to the post. Time. We've run out of time. Doggone it. Thank you, Lisa. Way to finish. So while we're clearing the field, I'd like to introduce you to our judge, Susan Squire. She's from Parker. Our superintendent, Mark Henderson, here in the black hat. Yes, he is the bad guy. The scribe is Melinda Connell. Moni Henderson, she's the bookkeeper, head Ranrod. And then the two gentlemen down at the other end setting the sheep for us today, Mike Bates and Montana Reese. So without these people, we couldn't get this to go. Yes, thank you. I guess we are ready for Mr. Josh Yoder, if you're ready. And I have not seen him yet this morning. Josh Yoder, if you're in the house, we are ready with you and your dog Lori. All righty, if we do not have Josh Yoder, then we go down to, is Kyle, is that Kyle? Kyle, we're up here arguing over your last name. What is your last name? The what is? Fahuri? Wow. About that. Nice run. Kyle Farley, all the way from Loomis, New Mexico. Nice run. Huh? Los Loomis, sorry. All righty. Arena's cleared. Is Kent Herbal ready to go? And Lexi, there he is. So Kyle was in the cattle dog trial the last 2 or 3 days, and so is Kent and Lexi. And they come all the way from Putnam, Oklahoma. Please welcome them to the post. How about that? Very nicely done. Good thing you brought Lexi with you. Thank you, Kent. Nicely run. Alrighty, let's get you caught up on a couple scores. First handler out today, Mike Lupow, had a score of 51. Lisa Anderson had a 66, and Josh Yoder was a no-show, so he was disqualified. Alrighty, all the way from Kiowa, Colorado. Oh, nope, she doesn't go to Kiowa. Oh, yeah. Please welcome Mindy Bauer, and this is Mavis. Thank you. Yep. I didn't bring this up earlier in the conversation when I was talking to everyone. This is kind of a no contact sport. Dog can defend itself, but grips are not accepted in this and result in a disqualification. Alrighty. Slide down to Alice Baker Mutin. She also is from Peyton, Colorado, and she has with her today hops. So please welcome this team to the podium. Are you good with these? We've run out of time. Sorry, Allison. That 5 minutes goes awful quick when those sheep aren't acting right. It looks like Kyle Fa'auri got an 80 score. That's pretty nice. And Ken Herbal also got an 80. Pretty tough scores right now. All righty, so now we move on down to John Holman and Moon. We've seen them many times from Clay Center, Nebraska. Mine says Moon. Are we doing somebody different? No, that's all right. Okay, we're going to go with Eli first. You're all right. We have the technology. Yeah. John's probably not going to call him by his real name today, but he's going to call him Eli for this event right here. So please welcome John Moon and Eli to the post. How about that? Cleaned that up right handy. John, I guess you're glad that you bought Eli instead of Moon. Nicely done. We'll see Moon later here in a few runs, it looks like. You did a good job. You called him by his right name. All righty. Let's welcome to the post someone that's been coming to this trial for a very long time. A lot of these handlers have, but Mr. Hartnagel has been here a long time. Please welcome Jim Hartnagel. And Jim brought along Tej today, and he hails from Kiowa, Colorado. Time. We've run out of time. Oh, Jim, those elusive girls didn't want to pin. Doggone it. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Tej. So for you that have just joined recently, you're watching the open sheep class herding. This is a 5-minute course. It is being run with 3 sheep. This is all about straight lines, about the sheep running through the obstacle course. You see that the handler goes to what they call the post out here, and then they'll send the dog to the dog's left or to the dog's right. Pick those sheep up, bring them down on this side of the post over here, and then go around the post and then drive as straight as they can to the Y chute, and that's called the drive-away panels. Then turn as soon as they come out of the Y chute. Then they will take a right-hand turn and drive them as straight as they can across to what they call the cross-drive panels. Then turn again to the right and as straight as they can to the pin and then pin. And they need to do that within 5 minutes. As they're going, they started off with 90 points, and as faults are created through the course, because the sheep don't stay in a straight line, then they have points deducted. And at the end, when you're going to get them pinned or you time out, then that's your score. So we've had some really good scores this morning. I think we've had 280 scores, which means a deduction of about 10 points. That's a pretty good run. I think that I'm looking at the list down here. We've got probably some dogs that are going to be able to challenge that a little bit. So let's move forward now to our next handler. And she joins us from Larkspur, Colorado. We saw Lisa Anderson earlier with her dog Meg. This time she's partnered up with her dog Taylor. And I've had the opportunity to watch this dog over the past several years start in the nursery and work its way up to the intermediate, and now it's moved up to the open class. So this should be fun to watch. Please welcome Taylor and Lisa Anderson. How, how about that? What a run. And this is the very reason why you're watching the team that was the 2025 Open champion last year. So this is pretty awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Taylor. Nice run. Let's get you caught up on a few scores here now. Mindy Power was a DQ. Alice Baker Mutant was a 64. John Holman was a 71. And Jim Hartnagel was a 72. So the scores are moving right along. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Taylor. So another gentleman that's been coming to Stock Show for a very long time, all the way from Platte, South Dakota, please welcome Tim Nas and his partner in crime, Harvey. There you go. That team knows what to do. If you folks have been watching the dog trials this week, you saw this team down in the cattle trial this week as well. I think started on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So thank you, Tim. Thank you, Harvey. Oh, there she is. So all the way from Casper, Wyoming, and she got caught in Denver traffic today, but she still made it here. Catherine Hadley, and this is Nessie. Please welcome them to the post. We've run out of time. Boy, some of those girls don't want to pin very bad, do they? Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Nessie. It was a tough deal. All righty, we'll get these sheep cleared out of the way. We'll get ready for our next handler. Zipping right along this morning. We saw this team start this competition this morning. This team hails from Peyton, Colorado. Please welcome Mike Lupow. And this time around, he's with Jed. All right.
How about that? Nice job, Mike. Nice job, Jed. All right, come down and clean up the mess. All right, let's give this two a round of applause. That's a nice run. So Allison Baker Mutin was here before, and she had hops, and now she returns to the post with Spirit. Well, sounds better. Sprite. Time. We've run out of time. Doggone it. Valid effort, Sprite. Good job, Allison. Let's get you caught up on a couple of scores while we clear the pen. We've had a lead change. We just saw Lisa Anderson and Taylor, and they have scored an 83. Then behind Lisa was Tim Noss and Harvey, and they scored a 76. Behind that was Catherine Hadley and Nessie, and they scored a 64. So this race is getting pretty tight. We've got, looks like 10 dogs left, maybe 8 dogs left. Coming now to the post again, Mr. Holman, and this time it's Moon. Okay, Moon's going to be with John Holman today, and this team hails from Cedar City, Clay Center, Nebraska. Sorry about that, John. All right, how about that? Nice job, Moon. You too, John. So let's get caught up on a score or two. Mike Lupow and Jeb, 78. Josh Yoder, I don't think you scratched your first dog. Second call for Josh Yoder. What's Yarber? Yeah. And third and final call for Josh Yarber.
We had a Josh Yoder and a Josh Yarber.
Okay. So all the way from Hudson, Colorado, please join Cappy Pruitt and Nell. We also saw this team in the Open Cattle earlier in the week. So let's please welcome these two to the post. How about that? Way to go, Nell. Thank you, Nell. Thank you, Cappy. Cappy is one of the dog trial for the cattle superintendents, so he's been pretty busy this week as well, besides running dogs. Get a score update. Alice Baker Mutin with Sprite scored a 65. And John Holman scored, and Moon scored a 69. Please welcome back to the post All the way from Kiowa, Mindy Bauer, and Mindy has got Eddie with her. Thank you.
It's only 9:30.
We are getting closer to the gate. All right. Our next team comes all the way from Arlington, Washington. If some of you watched the cattle dog trials last few days, I think Sarah Jo Gam and her partners were pretty successful. So please welcome this time to the post, Sarah Jo Gam and BJ Buddy. Thank you. What a rough go there. Well, we're zipping right along this morning, faster than we expected. Sheep have been working, for the most part, pretty good this morning. Get the arena cleared. Check the gate. Really appreciate you folks coming today. I know it's with the new building, the new livestock building. I don't know if any of you have looked at it this year or not, but it's absolutely beautiful. If you haven't seen the Legacy building, you just got to go check that one out. And the new livestock barn is beautiful as well. So we really appreciate you coming. We've got about 4 or 5 dogs left. Then we're probably going to take a break, and then we'll come back and watch the intermediate. For some of you to get caught up, this is a 5-minute course. It's scored. They start out this particular event. They start off with 90 points. And then as the sheep navigate through the course, they keep deducting points. And that's where we come up with the ending score. It's all about straight lines of how the sheep move through the course. So it's always about straight lines. So this is what they call the post. The dog and the handler will start out right here. The handler will choose to send the dog to its right or to the dog's left. The commands, if you could hear today, you've heard voice commands. You've also heard a combination of voice commands and whistles. And each one of those whistles tells the dog to go to its left or right, walk forward, lie down. They've even got a walk-up command. They've also got a look-back command. In this particular event, you don't have to use that. But what they'll do is they'll go down and pick up the sheep, try to drive those sheep as straight as they can to the post, which is right here, around the post, and then it becomes a left-hand drive, and we want to go as straight as we can to the Y chute. Once we go through the Y chute, then it's a turn right and go straight across to the cross drive panels, and then from the cross drive panels, turn again right, and then straight as they can to the pin and pin. Like I said, starts with 90 points, and they're deducted from there. So we've seen today, we have an 83 leading it. I think we have 2 80s. We have a 78, 76, and a 69, I believe, is the other score. And then they kind of go off from there. So it's been a really good competition. The sheep have been working very well. So now we watched this team, watched this gentleman come out earlier today. And now he comes back, and he brings his partner, Dodge. And they come from Putnam, Oklahoma. Please welcome Kent Herbal. If any of you have been watching the dog trials today and the cattle, I think Kent ran several dogs over there as well. So please welcome this team to the post. How about that? Thank you, Kent. Thank you, Dodge. All righty. Our next team from Glen Rock, Wyoming. Michelle Castelline and Lori. Please welcome these two to the post. Time. We've run out of time. Lori, what a tough set of sheep. Way to stick with it. Let's give these two a hand. That was a pretty tough set of sheep. Makes it that 5 minutes, a long time. But they stuck with it. So our next competitor comes from Casey, Wyoming. I don't know if any of you have watched the Meeker Classic before in Meeker, Colorado. It's a very large dog trial. It goes over 5 days. A very classic thing. This lady right here and her fleet of dogs is the person that exhausts the sheep, and it's a lot of work for 5 days, 8 to 10 hours a day. She's always got a smile on her face. Please welcome to the post Allison Gerard and Nip. Do anything to lengthen out a dog trial. See what you can do with a dog or two? Hey. What do you want to do more? give it, folks, give us a second. The judge and the superintendent are discussing what they want to do here. All right, this is going to be interesting. I'll try to explain it as best I can. They stopped the clock at 3:19. So because they escaped over here, that's not the handle and the dog's fault. So what we're going to do is exhaust these sheep. She's going to go ahead and pick up the fresh sheep, bring them down around the post, and drive them because she had broke the plane of the Y chute. So the 3:19 starts once she's back up there again to finish the course.
And she even knows how to get him into a pin.
All right, the longest run we've had today. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Nip. So just to remind everybody, the clock started and the score continued to start once she had crossed the plane down there by the Y shoe. So then this time and the score continued on from whatever she'd gained at that point. Later on, we'll tell you what that score is once we get that. Thank you, Allison. All righty. Not only did I mess up this man's last name when he was out here first, messed up what town he was from New Mexico. So I'm going to try to work on both of those. So please welcome back to the post Kyle Auer, Joker, and he's from Las Numas, New Mexico. His first dog ran, they scored an 80, so looking forward to seeing how this team does. There we go. Kyle, everybody knew they were going to pin him. They were clapping for you before I shut the gate. All righty. That concludes Class 101 Sheepdog Trial. They're going to do some quick calculations, then we'll bring the top 10 into the arena. Superintendent, like everybody to go down to the nice display down there so you can get your picture taken. And as soon as I have who those top 10 people are, then I'll announce them and the dog that it was with. To kind of get you up on a few scores, I don't think that Kent Herbal had a 74. Michelle had a 32. Allison Jard had a 65, and I still don't have a score on Kyle. Folks, it sounds like what's going to happen is we're going to have the awards banquet down there, take some pictures, pass out the awards. Then it sounds like superintendent has decided that we'll wait 1 hour, and right now that's scheduled to start the intermediate at 11:30. But as it goes along, I'll make sure we do that. If we go at 11:30, that probably is going to have the handlers meeting at 11:15. But anyway, I'll kind of keep you posted as we move along here. For those of you in the stand, this will pretty much be the same way. The only difference will be, it looks like Kyle got a 78. In 5th place, with a 78, Kyle Feuer and Joker. In 4th place, Mike Lupow and Jed with a 78. In 3rd place with an 80, Kent Herbal. Which one do you, oh, and Lexi, I'm sorry. All right, in our sheepdog class 101 open sheepdog, our reserve champion with a score of 80 is Kyle Funkauer and Gracie. And for the second year in a row, our grand champion, all the way from Larkspur, Colorado, Lisa Anderson and Taylor. So folks, we are still on track to return here at 11:30, and we'll start the intermediate sheepdog class 102 at 11:30. 11:15 will be the handlers meeting at the post. That gives us a chance to get something to eat. We'll move a couple of the obstacles around and be ready to go at 11:30. Thank you. See building and look around. That's beautiful over there. It's make it a little challenging for you as fans and us as handlers and superintendents, because now we have venues on both sides of the railroad tracks, but we'll get through that. We're looking forward to the new building. So welcome. This is the intermediate sheepdog class 101. This typically will be dogs with less experience or younger dogs. And could be less experienced handlers. This morning we ran the open dogs, which are more your pro class, and it was very fascinating. I was looking at the scores from last year, and we actually saw a couple of dogs that used to be in this class that had graduated and moved up to the open and did pretty well. So it's always good to see those young dogs advance. So this is going to be very similar to what we saw earlier this morning. The handler will step up to this post right here. The gentleman down at the other end will kick out 3 sheep. This is a 5-minute course also, and they will the handler will send the dog to the dog's right, or they will send the dog to the dog's left, and that's important because you're going to hear throughout the afternoon as the handler is giving the dog commands either by voice or by whistle or a combination of both. Those commands are always to the dog's right and always to the dog's left. There's other commands that they'll give them. They'll give them a lie down or a stand, which stops the dog. They'll have a walk up command. There's a steady call, so if the dog's running, they slow the dog down. They've got several commands. There'll be some today that you will not hear, like a look back. That's not required here because the sheep usually are going to be together. So the dog will go out, pick up the sheep, and try to drive them as straight as they can to this side of the post, coming around the post, and do a drive away on the left-hand side. And we want to make sure that we are making the sheep go as straight as possible. These handlers, I believe, start with 90 points as well. 80. So these handlers will start with 80 points. That's the maximum points they can score. As they're going through the course, every time there's deviations from straight lines, those are deduction points. So now the sheep will come out here, the dog will turn them, and they will go to their right and drive as straight as they can, and this is called the cross drive. And they will come down this way as far. And if you notice the difference at this point,
In the open, there was another panel setting over here, and they had to navigate through here. They can bring that cross drive all the way over to here, but just keep in mind it's about straight lines. And so navigating from here to here is taking it off course, and that's a point deduction. Once they turn this corner and head straight to the pin, the handler can now leave the post and open the gate. And what we want is we want the sheep to go as straight as they can and enter into the gate, close the gate, course is over, and the judge tallies up the final score. So just remember, I think I told one or two of you up there in the audience, there's a test at the end of this on everything I just told you. So with that said, all the way from Gillette, Wyoming, Candy Carter and her partner in crime, Bill.
All ready, huh?
Welcome to the post, Candy.
I wired that back.
Thank you. Handler has decided to retire. Tough set of sheep there. Let's please give a big round of applause for the handler and the dog. That's some heavy-duty work right there with sheep that didn't want to be cooperative. Candy Carter and Bill, thank you. Up next is Catherine Hadley with Geo Roach, and she's from Casper, Wyoming. We got to see Catherine and her dog, one of her dogs, in the open ranch, so let's see what they can put together. Please welcome these two to the post, please.
Thank you. I didn't want to talk about this before, but since it's come up, this is what's considered a no contact sport. If the sheep takes an aggressive action to the dog, then the dog can defend itself. But to take the fight to the sheep is not acceptable and is a disqualification. So let's thank this team. That's a lot of work they did today. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, G. Roach. So our next team is also from Gillette, Wyoming. Kayla Wilbanks, and her partner will be Laney. Yep. There we go. Nice run. Very nice run. Thank you, Kayla. Good job, Laney. All righty. If you were here earlier today, you got to see this lady and her dog Taylor be the 2026 Open National Grand Champion. So now the table's been set. Now her and Oak are going to try to do the same thing here in the intermediate class. Please welcome from Larkspur, Colorado, Lisa Anderson and her partner Oak. There you go. Very nice, Oak. Very nice, Lisa. Oak got to see what Taylor did earlier, so he's trying to do a better job and get to ride in the front seat on the way home. Oak says I still got some time left on my 5 minutes. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Oak. So our next competitor is right here from Evergreen. Please welcome to the post, Claudia Yearsley and Tick. Let's welcome these two to the post. Time. We've run out of time. Let's give these two a big hand, Claudia. Yearsley and Tick. That's a lot of work. They really stuck with it. So Miss Bates will clean the arena with her dog. So we got to see this lady run a couple dogs in the open. She's back with us all the way from Peyton, Colorado. This is Alice Baker Mutin. And she brought with her today Swift. Let's welcome these two to the post, please. Switch them. Oh,
They're going to be gray, the gray panels.
yeah, no. Yeah, fine. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
They're on top of it.
Yeah. There you go. Fast and furious, but they got her done. You can kind of tell this is one of Allison's younger dogs. Probably still either in the nursery or just coming up. Looks like it'll be a great dog in the future. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Swift. Now I know where you got your name. All right. This gentleman coming to the post next has had a very busy last 5 days. He's been down the cattle yards running cattle in the dog trial down there. We saw him earlier in the open with 2 dogs, and now he comes to us with a new partner, Rip. And they're all the way from Clay Center, Nebraska. Please welcome to the post, John Holman and Rip. How about that? Nice job. Way to go, Mr. Holman. So everybody on this side got to watch this for a little bit. How many own dogs? How many are going to call their folks up tonight and say, can I get some sheep so I can teach my dog to do this? That's what happens. You come to these kind of places. So hope you're having fun. Welcome. I don't know, this was not very filled when I told the story earlier. We're kicking out 3 sheep. This is a 5-minute course. Each team starts with 90 points, and this is about making the sheep go straight from obstacle to obstacle. Anytime they deviate from that, they start losing points. So when I announce scores, that's 90 points, started with 90 points, and they've had that many deductions, and they end up. So the first score we had today, Carla Wilbanks had a 74. So that's a pretty good score to get started off with. Welcome, 120th National Western Stock Show here in the old stadium. We'll be here for a little while longer until they get all the new buildings situated, but enjoy yourselves. Next team up, we got to see Mindy Bauer earlier in the open with a couple of her dogs. This is one of her younger dogs. She comes all the way from Kiowa, Colorado. That sounds like a long ways. If you live in the country, it is. But anyway, today she's partnered up with her dog Jingle. Thank you. Again, for you that just joined, this is what they call a non-contact sport. So if the dog grips the sheep, that's a disqualification. This would also be a good time to thank. As you look around, there's a bunch of people that have set up the chain link fence around here to keep the distance so that the crowd doesn't affect the sheep. And that's the volunteers. We have a ton of volunteers here that actually request to do this show, and we appreciate every one of them. There's some of these folks that have been here that we've got to know over the last 10 years, and so let's give these folks, the volunteers, a big round of applause. We couldn't do it without them. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Susan Squire. She judged the open, and now she's judging the intermediate class as well. She comes from Parker, Colorado, and we really appreciate her help. Please give her a round of applause as well. The 2 gentlemen down at the end that are setting out the sheep, we couldn't do it without them as well. Mike Bates was in here last night getting things set up, getting the sheep settled, and we really thank Mike Bates, and he's got Montana Reese down there giving him a hand. So please give those 2 a round of applause and tell them thank you. I don't know where our superintendent went. He's hiding out somewhere. He might be on a coffee break. That's how those cowboys are sometimes. Anyway, there's Mark Henderson. Wave to the crowd, Mark Henderson. He's our superintendent and has been since, I don't know when, a long time. We thank him very much for the work he does. Moni Henderson also is the clerk. She takes care of the bookwork. Mindy Connell is the scribe for Lisa Squire, so we really thank each and every one of these people for helping put this show on. So the next lady comes all the way from Peyton, Colorado, Terry Nicolai, and she's got her partner Bruce today. Please welcome those 2 to the post. How about that? You can't tell me they haven't done that a time or two. Very nice, Terry. Let's give these two a hand again. Terry Nicolai and Bruce, I thought. All righty. Our next team, the handler, is actually one of the superintendents for the cattle dog trial that's been going on the last 3 days prior to this day. So he's had his hands full. He ran a couple dogs, I believe, in the open. Now he's got a dog here. Please welcome Cappy Pruitt, and Cappy's got Sky. And this team is from Hudson, Colorado. Please give them a welcome. Time. We've run out of time. Pretty nice work by a young dog. Let's give Cappy Pruitt and Sky a round of applause. That was a great job. Let's get you up to date on some scores here. It looks like we have a new leader in this deal. Lisa Anderson and Oak scored an 83. Claudia Yearsley and Tick scored a 49. Allison Baker Mutin and Swift scored a 52. John Holman and Rip scored a 63. And that this is his first competition, so that's pretty impressive for a brand new dog. So very good. Mindy Bauer was a DQ, and then Terry Nicolai was a 61. So that gives us now an opportunity to come from a local just up the road here in Loveland, Colorado. Please welcome to the arena Linda Workman and Peekaboo. So the handler has decided to retire. So let's give that team a round of applause. Linda Workman and Peekaboo. That's a lot of work right there. There he is. So the next team comes from Illinois. Little road trip here. Please welcome Eric Ruppel and Chisholm to the post. There you be. How about that? You just watched this team compete here. This also is the team that's the intermediate grand champion for the Stock Dogs. for the cattle. So that's pretty cool. Let's give these two a hand, Eric Ruppel and Chisholm. Thank you. So our next contestant had a little travel as well. From Fredericktown, Ohio, let's please welcome Ethan Stanley and Toby to the post. Time. We've run out of time. Let's give a big round of applause for Ethan, Stanley, and Toby. Did a lot of work out there today. Well, over a little hill, a little town called Kremling, Jeannie Jones and her trusty sidekick, Y. Let's please welcome these two to the post. Thank you. A lot of work those two put in. Thank you very much, Jeannie. Jeannie Jones and Y. Candy Carter started this Dog trial out. And now she brings her second dog in. So let's please welcome Candy, Carter, and Jess. This team is from Gillette, Wyoming. Thank you. Let's please give Candy, Carter, and Jess a round of applause. Nick, oh, there he is. I knew I got introduced to this gentleman. I knew he had to be here. This gentleman comes all the way from Pennsylvania, Fairfield, Pennsylvania. Let's please welcome Nick Proud and Dietz to the post. Thank you. I think these two also competed in the cattle dog, didn't you? Yep. So we really appreciate you coming today. Let's give these two a hand. Nick Proud and Dietz. Our next contestant we saw run earlier with Laney. This team comes from Gillette, Wyoming. Let's please, I'm sorry, Casper, Wyoming. I was on the wrong line. Catherine Hadley and Echo. There we go. The spell has been broken. Very nice, Echo. Very, very nice, Scout. Let's give these two a hand of applause. Catherine Hanley and Echo. Here's another team that was out earlier. This is the team from Gillette, Wyoming. Please welcome Kayla Wilbanks and Jane to the post. Time. We've run out of time. Thank you, Kayla, Wilbanks, and Jane. Pretty tough set of sheep there. Let's get caught up on a few scores. Cappy Pruitt had a 50. Linda Workman retired. Eric Ruppel had a 63. Ethan Stanley had a 35. Jeannie Jones was a DQ. Candy Carter was a DQ. Nick Pratt was a DQ. And Catherine Hadley was a 66. Please welcome again from Evergreen, Colorado, Claudia Yearsley, and this time she's working with Skid. There you go. All right. That was a little bit of work for those two, but they got her done. He says, now you want me to get him out? Did all that work to get him in, and now you want me to let him go. Let's give these this team from Evergreen, Claudia Yearsley and Skid, a round of applause. All righty, from Wellington, Colorado, please welcome Valerie Manning and Tristan to the post. We've run out of time. So close. What a great job by this team. Let's give them a big round of applause. Valerie, Mannery, and Tristan, well done. Just worked them right around the arena. It looked really nice. Yep. All righty. We have a little dilemma here. This is the last dog in this class. So this dog has a little bit of work ahead of it to beat the number one dog. The problem is this dog has to go home if it loses with the dog that won, because Lisa Anderson and Oak are in the lead right now. So now, Lisa Anderson, when you're done chatting, from Larkspur, Colorado, Lisa Anderson and Rox. And here's your chance, Rox, to put Oak in second place. Let's give these two a round of applause. Lisa, let's stop right there. We got a lame one here. So we're going to go ahead. Mike, let's exhaust this set. Sorry about that. Are you okay to go on, or okay? All right. So we had a lame sheep there. We're going to start this thing over again. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Lisa. Sorry about the first run. Let's give these two a round of applause. Lisa Anderson rocks for Larkspur, Colorado. Folks, that ends the competition. For now, they're calculating the scores. Then we'll ask the top 5 handlers to meet us down and get their picture taken with the judge and the superintendent and do the awards. So give us a few minutes. While they're doing that, I would again like to really thank Susan Squire from Parker, Colorado, doing the judging today. Did a tremendous job. Thank you, Susan. Also like to thank Mark Henderson, our superintendent. Appreciate him putting this together and getting the sheep ready and go. Mindy Connell for scribe. Moni Henderson for secretarying. And then Mike Bates and Montana Reese for setting out the sheep. Okay, this list was a little bit smaller, so it's faster to get through. Need the following handlers and dogs down to the other end so we can get your picture and photo and give you awards. We need Kayla Wilbanks and Laney. Need Lisa Anderson and Oak. Need Catherine Hadley and Echo. Need Valerie Manning and Tristan. And Lisa Anderson and Rox. Okay, we're ready to go here. In fifth place, with a 66, from Casper, Wyoming, Catherine Hadley and Echo. In fourth place, from Gillette, Wyoming, with a score of 74, Kayla Wilbanks and Laney. In third place, from Wellington, Colorado, with a score of 75, Valerie Manning and Tristan. And now for the reserve champion in the sheep, intermediate sheep, class 102, from Larkspur, Colorado, Lisa Anderson and Rox with a score of 81. And now for your 2026 intermediate sheepdog, class 102, again from Larkspur, Colorado, with a score of 83, Lisa Anderson and Oak. Well, folks, that completes or concludes the Sheep Ranch Dog Trial, Class 101 and 102. We would like to thank each and every one of you for spending a little bit of time with us today and kind of watching these fine handlers and dogs work for you. Have a safe trip. Make sure you look at all the new buildings that are across the railroad tracks. They look pretty nice. If you haven't seen the show ring, it's in AstroTurf. It's pretty